Hi. Fancy seeing you all here. It's been forever. Well, actually, it has been forever since I did sprints. It just hasn't been forever since I spoke to most of you. It would also help if I turn that off. There we go. Random flashing lights. Anyway, hello. Hi. Just doing that, like, very first starting, not really sure what to say or do. We are in a very random location. Normally I'm at my desk and I'm properly set up. This time I'm just literally perched on my sofa, and that'll do me for the day. Yeah. Hi, Erin. Hi, Liv. I don't actually know your name, so if you have a name that you prefer me use, let me know. But hi. And hi, Amy. Let me know what you're all planning on reading or getting up to if it hasn't changed in the past sort of, 2 minutes. I am nowhere near finishing. I'm going to continue with the Daevabad, like City of Brass. I'm going to continue that. Just finished chapter 4, so I want to get as much of that done as I can. I also have a couple of videos that I need to edit today. I've got one coming up for next week, which is, I've done a video like on how I plan for the year / each month, how I plan content and keep ahead of myself. And then the following week, I've got another video that I need to edit, but I can't remember the name of that off the top of my head. So yay. And then I've kind of told myself that I want to do a bit of journaling. I've done a lot better this year with my reading journal, actually keeping it up to date and writing in it. But I still have a couple of books from January that I haven't yet written up. And then obviously most of February I've not done, but March I have. So this morning I started by updating the books that I've read and updating my star ratings. And then I will start my actual, writing of my reviews today. And yeah, that's basically, I think that's it for my list. I have my list. That is pretty much it. I also have decided that after reading the entirety of the Raven Boys in under 3 weeks, I've now got a hold on Libby for the audiobook of Opal, because I've been told by Olivia from Olivia's Catastrophe that it's better to go with the novella before I go straight into the sequels. So I have plans to read all of that, but because, Raven Boys is kind of, and Ronan Lynch is kind of my new personality at this point. My desktop background is now the Raven Boys. Thanks, Ren. But I've decided that I'm going to add a Raven cycle range to the shop. So I'm like, I've got a few scents that I've had for 2 years now. And I'm like, when am I ever going to use them? They don't fit any of the things that I currently have. And then as soon as I finished Raven Boys, I was like, well, that one is Cape's Water. And that one is 300 Fox Way. And obviously Gansey is described as smelling like mint. So obviously there's going to be a Gansey. And I'm just like, oh, this needs to be done. So yeah, because I'm relaunching the shop in April. So I'm very much in that, what ranges do I want to stock up on? What ranges do I want to launch? What ranges am I maybe thinking about not doing anymore? And stuff like that. So I'm in that kind of planning. So I'm hoping to do some of that through the day as well. Melissa, yeah, in my brain, I was trying to think if I'd seen on like Brittany's sprints or not Erin. Yeah, were you there for Erin's yesterday? Either way, I was like, oh no, I've seen you on multiple sprints now, but I was wondering if I'd actually seen your name, but no, I hadn't. So hi, and thank you. Erin, just one game of Balatro I was playing, so I should probably start my next book. Cool. What book are you thinking? Continuing the City of Brass over here. I think there's like a group of us that are all just reading at the same time, and it's awesome. Hi, Meredith. Just finished up the cleaning, then going to rest until bed. That is valid. I did that yesterday. My sleep's been a bit wonky lately, let's just say. And yesterday I went to bed at 5 and was like, I'm just going to chill and read for a bit. And I was asleep by 6. And I was like, whoops, woke up at 4 o'clock this morning and went, oh, whoops. City of Brass, woohoo. Going to do nothing in the first sprint. I'm quite pooped after all day sprints. That is valid. Just, let your food digest. Maybe watch something. Maybe your show that you were obsessed with. Why is my camera all wonky? Probably because I haven't put it on a flat surface. I'm just looking at my shelves in the background. I'm like, now they're straight. No, I'm not straight, so neither is my computer. It makes sense. It's valid. Yes, I know you love the name Gansey. The weird thing is, I love the name Ronan, always have. It's been Ronan and Rowan have always been kind of top pick boy names for me. And after reading the Raven Cycle, I think I did message Ren saying, if we have kids, Ronan is one of the one of the shortlisted names. Because I was just like, this series has kind of taken over. But it's about time that Ren got payback, because when they arrived here, I got them obsessed with the K-pop group ATEEZ. And to the point that when they went home, they couldn't function because all they could do was watch ATEEZ videos. And then recently I got them to start playing Genshin Impact. And again, like yesterday, they were like, this is getting serious. I haven't done any of my responsibilities for 3 days now. And I was like, oh. So it was about time that Ren got their own back by getting me obsessed with something. And I just still find it hilarious how year before last, I DNF'd the first book, put it on my to sell pile, and Ren was like, take it off and try again. I thought, we discussed this in Liv sprints just now, where I was saying that sometimes an audio can really change how I feel. And I found that as soon as I switched to audio, I absolutely loved it, whereas up until then I wasn't enjoying it. And I've now consumed the whole thing just doing audiobooks, and I'm like, it's amazing. I have a candle and wax melt business that I've had for a couple of years. It's always linked in my videos. It isn't linked in this one because I haven't written the description yet. I'll add it in the sprints. But yeah, I do ship internationally. I have recently overhauled my prices. They are a bit more expensive, unfortunately, because cost of living and also prices have gone up. But I have tried to keep them lower than the rates I was being quoted. Certainly, like, I've worked out, it actually works out better to order more stuff because you can get more into the box and not have to spend as much on the postage. But obviously I know not everyone can do that, so I'm trying to do what I can. And as I said to Meredith the other week, I was like, maybe it'll be worth doing an Australian group order, get it sent to one address and have them send it separately. Maybe that'll work out cheaper. I don't know. I even talked about it in your sprints, I think. I mentioned something about shop. I'm sure I did, didn't I? Maybe not. I don't know. But now you know. I mean, everyone sprints all the time, not always chatting. I say to myself all the time, I'm like, yeah, I'm just going to have it on in the background. I'm not going to get involved in the chat. And then I'm like, I can't not. And then I end up being to the point that I sit there and I'm like, whoa, you need to stop, because I feel like I just take over the chats. And I'm not trying to. It's just I'm so enthusiastic to be like, I have this thought too, and I have this, and I get so enthusiastic, and then I'm like, okay, shut it down, be cool, So I've never been, but we're giving it a try. Now is not the time to panic by Kevin Wilson feels like where I need to go next. That sounds good. I probably could have done with that about a month ago when I was in full panic life. What the hell's going on with my existence mode? Well, I hope you enjoy it. They are right. Rowan. I've always Rowan has been on my list since I was about 12, and I don't know why. It's been there. And then Ronan, it was when I used to watch Critical Role religiously, and Travis and Laura had their little boy, and he's Ronan. Spelt differently, but it's Ronan. And I was like, oh my God, that is such a cute name. And that's it. That entered my list. Yeah, 80s. I even like my phone is Hongjoong, who is my alt bias of any K-pop group. They're amazing. I love them. And I'm so glad my friend was persistently encouraging me / telling me to get into them. That's amazing. I've done that a couple of times, but yeah, mine is usually I'll be like, my foil is I just want to share things. And it's kind of, I know for some people it can be extremely annoying, and I have had big arguments and falling outs with people. But one of the ways that I show people that it's like, I understand where you're coming from, is I will go, oh, me too. And then I'll say like my experience or my story. And then I get the, oh, well, it's not about you, I'm talking about me, and things like that. And I'm like, I'm not saying it because I'm trying to divert the conversation to me. I'm trying to show it to say, I understand you. I get it, you know, and I'm still learning how to kind of balance that, where it's like, I want to share things and show people that I'm engaging without them feeling like I'm trying to, you know, make it all about me when I'm not. And it's a really, really difficult balance. And it also really makes me wonder sometimes how it took so long to realize that I am in fact autistic, because normal people don't have to think about those things and like drive themselves insane trying to. I even used to write down a little thing in my booklet, like, if someone says this is how you should respond. Like, normal people don't have to do that. To burden, but also for the rest of us, it's nice. And it's nice to have such a group of friends where everyone is different and does things differently. There's like, you know, one person might be, you know, I need to correct things. One person might be, oh, I need to overshare. One person might be, I need to just sit here in the corner and say nothing, but I'm here and listening, and I take in everything, even the things you don't want me to take in. And I just love when you get a group of people that are like that. I just love it. Actually, I hate being neurodiverse because of the challenges it presents, but I love being neurodiverse because of just the different flavors. And when we all come together, it's just really lovely to just encourage each other's flavors. Yeah, it's a curse. It's just like, you can't not. Yes, that is exactly me. Like, there have been times when I've done my own sprints like this chatty bit where I'm like, okay, shut up, wrap it up. Shh. And it's like, but it's my sprints. I can talk as long as I want. Hi, Tracy. How are you? One of those first and second gen K-pop grannies. Oh, Hongjoong is also one of my faves. I got into well, no, let's reverse. Mine started out with, as a sort of 11, 12-year-old, sort of 2002, 2003, I got into anime in a really big way. But 2002, 2003, that was the kind of thing that people would beat you and bully you. And there were even people in the paper who had been killed because they were different, because that was also around about the time of Sophie. Her name is always on the tip of my tongue, and yet the second I go to say it, it's gone. But there was a very famous case here in the UK of a young girl who was beaten to death because she was goth. And I lived in an area that was very much, if you showed any kind of difference or any type of quirk or alternative personality, your life was genuinely in danger. So it was kind of like, my mum used to make me wear very normal clothes, like plain t-shirts, plain jeans. I wasn't allowed to wear sort of any kind of emo clothing. I wasn't allowed to play my music outside. I couldn't let anyone at school know. Me and my friends, we had like a little nerd group, and everyone knew that we were the nerds, and obviously we were bullied, but it wasn't so bad. But it meant that I couldn't really fully embrace everything. And then obviously listening to anime led to me listening to Japanese music, which then led to me listening to a bit of Korean. And I mainly listened to a group called Brown Eyed Girls. And I made the mistake one day at school of, it was in music class where we were encouraged to like share our favorite songs. And my favorite song at that moment was a song called Sixth Sense by Brown Eyed Girls. And I was like, yeah, this. And obviously, massive backlash. I was a freak. I was a nerd. Kids were like laughing at me, and it affected me so badly that I just stopped listening to anything foreign. It didn't stop me watching anime, but it stopped me from listening to the music until a lot older. And then obviously I got back into Japanese music, and now in the past year I've heavily gotten into K-pop. Like when I listen to English music now, I find it difficult to sing because I'm so used to singing Korean lyrics that I forget how to sing in English, and it's quite amusing. But yeah, it's just been one of those, me and certainly Korean music had a very traumatic relationship for a long time. And as I said, we've now just had a massive overshare. But I've accepted that part of my history now, and I'm kind of like, do you know what? I don't care if I'm a 33-year-old woman with pictures of pretty Korean men on my walls. Like, I'm finally allowing myself to embrace the joy and the love that they brought me as a teenager, and I'm finally allowing myself to express those things that I wasn't allowed. It's like my fashion this year. I'm really determined that this year I'm going to experiment more. And because again, it's one of those things that there was one time I wore a really pretty dress just because I felt like it. And within 5 minutes of walking into the living room, my mum, my brother, and I can't remember who else was in the house, but all of them made some sort of comment about, oh, look, she's a girl. Oh, no one said you look nice. No one said you look pretty. It was all sort of snarky comments about either my appearance or because it was something different. And again, it shut me down. So now I'm like, do you know what? I bought some dungarees a couple of years ago. I've accepted that I love the dungarees, and now I'm going to experiment more. And if I want to buy dresses, I'm going to buy dresses. It helps that I'm spending 3 months in Australia at the end of this year. I'm coming over from November to February, hopefully. And I've said to Ren, I am bringing a new wardrobe with me so that basically it will force me to try new things because I won't have my usual comfort stuff. And I'm terrified, but I'm also so excited. I'm basically going to be going on to Cider and just buying everything off there. Also, I do apologize if that was a bit too much and people are uncomfortable. I don't intend to make people feel uncomfortable. It's just one of those, you kind of engaged a part of my brain there and I went, oh, let's go. Yes, it's just find it hard to get that balance. And yeah, at times I overshare. It's a curse because it's like you want to show enthusiasm, but then you're worried that the person's going to go, what? There are too many people in a room talking. I always have to shut up and be quiet, and I play mental. That's exactly me. If it's one-to-one or a small group, I am really hyperverbal. But if I'm in a room with lots of other people, I tend to be sort of very quietly sat in the corner because it's like I'm trying to process all of these different conversations. I went to a thing a few years ago and it was like 12 new people that I'd never met. And they were all talking and everything. And at one point I just was like, I felt my brain switch and I just went to the guys, I just need half an hour. And I literally just went to another room, sat down, listened to the Outlander, because at the time that was like my go-to, and I just listened to the Outlander soundtrack for half an hour. And one of the guys came out with me because he'd also been struggling, and we just sat there in silence, each listening to music, and just sort of recharged and went back in. Yeah, I can stand in front of a crowd of 300 and happily deliver a speech, no problem. Yeah. And then I like latch on to that person to the point I become a barnacle and they're like, get off. Yeah, certainly the part of England that I grew up in was it was a very kind of, I'm trying to say this in the nicest possible way, but unfortunately council estates and council housing areas do have a very negative stigma for a reason. certainly in the late 90s to 2000s, there were a lot of what, I don't know what you guys call them in Australia or abroad, but we call them chavs. And they were very much kind of like very, very different. And that was the norm in the area. But unfortunately, a lot of them also had very violent tendencies and thought it was funny that if someone was different, oh, we'll just punch them and film it on a phone and upload it because that's funny because they're a freak. And yeah, it was an awful... Sophie Lancaster! Sorry, just hit me. Hang on, just double checking I got that right. Yes. So if you look up Sophie Lancaster and her story, that was kind of as I was entering my teenage years. So you can see why my mum was very much like, you cannot express yourself in that way. You cannot dress like that. You cannot... Like at home, she let me, and she was more than happy for me to like wear the makeup, play the music, all of that. But she would not let me out of the house wearing anything that could denote me as different. And unfortunately, that's then stuck with me as an adult. And I'm still always scared that people are looking at me and staring and judging. It was a really crappy place to live. Thankfully, we moved when I was 13, 14, whatever, some age at that point. We moved to a different part of the country. And the group of friends that I made there were all openly like, we were the My Chemical Romance group, and they were way more open. And even though we were teased and bullied, it was nowhere near as bad, and it wasn't as dangerous, and we could go out to the park dressed like that. Again, my mum didn't used to let me, but my friends had like backup clothes, and they used to bring clothes for me to change into while we were hanging out. And then when it was time to go home, I would get changed again. They were like I don't really talk to any of them anymore, but you know, they kind of saved my teenage years. Yeah, wasn't it great? At least now I feel like that type of bullying, it's still there, but it's nowhere near as bad. When I was teaching, it was so interesting for me to see. There was like this really openly gay, flamboyant kid who was just openly, I am gay, yes, queen, and all of this. And he was the king of the school. And I was like, a kid like that when I was at school, he'd be lucky to stay alive, let alone be running the school. And like, he, unfortunately, he was the head of the mean kids as well. But in the TV show Modern Family, there was an episode where with Mitchell where he had that kind of thing where he said to this kid, like, you don't know how well you've got it, that you can be this person, yet you choose to be the mean kid. And I was just like, this is so trippy for me, because when I was at school, I could not have come out. Because, you know, it was already bad enough being the freaks, let alone being gay and the freaks. Yes. Exactly. Exactly. I think a lot of us need to do that more, like embrace the things that you couldn't do as a child and do them now and just don't care. Oh, Erin. I get it. Yep. Oh, no. Yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 I'm genuinely terrified how I'm going to cope. But Ren keeps assuring me that, you know, everywhere you go, there's air conditioning. And I said to them, like, the problem actually is the air conditioning, because I can't thermoregulate very well. And so if I'm going from somewhere that's really nice and cool out into an oven, and I'm constantly doing that, you know, in, out, in, my body is going to go into overdrive and possibly put me into hospital. So I'm just kind of like, oh, I'm excited, but at the same time, I'm just like, I'm terrified how I'm going to cope. But it's also good because the plan kind of is for me to eventually come out there on a more permanent basis. So I feel like I need to go for my first trip. I need to go during that really hot part, just because if I get there and I go, I cannot deal with this, it's kind of like we need to reevaluate what we're going to do. So yeah, I'm looking forward to the sun, and I'm looking forward to being able to, you know, not get rained on all the time, but and you know, I'll be there throughout my winter, but I kind of feel like I'm going to miss my winter as well. Like I'm just going to be embracing the rain while I can. Exactly. And yeah, just I need to get out of my own head sometimes. Hey Sash, you came in at a very heavy heavy moment there. Finally got my phone back from the kids. This was a nice surprise. Yeah, it was literally Liv was coming to the end of her sprints. I had a quick look to see who else was currently sprinting, and I was like, oh, not anyone that I'm subscribed to was currently sprinting. And I was like, well, I know there's stuff coming up later today, but I just wanted something for a couple of hours because it's just turned 9 o'clock for me in the morning. And I'm like, well, you know, from now till lunch, it'll just be nice to get a few reading sprints in. I'm going to be gaming, but I'm listening to an audiobook. So I just thought it'd be nice to have a bit of company while doing that. Also, I just find weekend sprints are just so good. Yes, hi Sash. Reading When the Moon Hatched. Ooh, I've never heard of that one. I will star that to come back to during sprints and have a look at. Live sprints were great. I'm sort of done not being myself. I just figure if I'm too much, people can go find less. Yes. Like it's mostly for me, it's still that fear of familial judgment because, you know, even to my own family, I'm the weirdo. And I have had multiple times where I've been called the freak. Or you're a bit of a weirdo, you're a bit of a freak, and all of that. So, but then I'm like, well, they're going to judge me no matter what. So I might as well just fucking do it. And they can just, you know, I'll just embrace being the freak. But at least the one good thing is I know that, you know, if any of my nieces or nephews go through those phases or become like me, they know they've got me there to help and support them if they don't feel that maybe they're getting it from everyone else. I'm obviously not saying my siblings wouldn't support them, but it'll just be nice for them to know. Like my nephew, when they were here a couple of times ago, he said to me, like, I think I might be bisexual. And I was like, okay. And we had a chat about it. And he just sort of said, like, I don't feel I could talk to mum about this right now. And I was like, that's absolutely fine. And, you know, it's nice for them that they know that they've got that sort of the outcast to talk to, because I know it. It really was a great day. Yeah, it was a massive thing because there was a lot of negative stigma around that time anyway, as I've already said, with sort of being gothic or emo or out there. And then that happened and it kind of just it sent everyone into shock because there's a difference between being bullied and, you know, spat at and being actually murdered for being different. And it had a massive, huge effect. If any of you have listened to the band Within Temptation, they've done a song called We Are the no, not Within Temptation. Delane did a song called We Are the Others, and the song includes Sophie in the lyrics, and the song proceeds all went to the Sophie Lancaster Foundation. The reason I said Within Temptation is because they appear in the music video in support, and I think they did a couple of fundraisers as well. Do you think pop culture has helped at all? Like Glee? I think it has. Like I'm watching Ugly Betty right now for the very first time, and I'm like, I can see why in 2006 this was so pioneering. And I think a lot of those kind of shows did bring to light that, you know, it is okay to be gay and it's okay to be different. There's still a lot of ways to go. There's still a lot of stigma, mostly because you've still got the old sort of stick in the muds that refuse to accept any different. But I do feel like pop culture has helped to make a lot of the change. And I think a lot of education as well, because in school it's taught a lot more now. And I agree with that. Yeah, it's a really shit situation. Did come out in high school and was immediately sexualized. That's a big, big issue as well. As soon as you're like, oh, I'm gay or I'm bi, it's like, oh, so you do girls. And then suddenly it's like, oh, it's like, I'm also asexual, mate. So no. But yeah, I don't like that fact that it gets, and possibly slightly controversial, but it makes me uncomfortable the amount of straight women that write male romance. For some reason, male romance in particular seems to get so fetishized. Like, I find generally sapphic fiction tends to be written by sapphic and LGBT writers, but you see it all the time in Japan with manga. And I think it's why I really don't like a lot of boys love manga, because it just feels a bit exploitative. And it's like, well, you're sexualizing two men being together when in reality they're just two people together. And it makes me a bit uncomfortable sometimes. Like, if I'm going to read queer fiction, I prefer to read it. I'm not saying you have to be queer to write queer fiction in any way, shape, or form. It's just that there are certain elements within queer fiction that I am a bit like, can we not fetishize this, please? Especially when it's like from a places like Japan where, you know, the idea of being gay is heavily frowned on, yet they fetishize it at the same time. It's really confusing and annoying. Sorry, brain just completely faded out then. Permanently, that's so exciting. I've lost track of where we were with permanently. So just remind me that one was about. No. Yeah, what Liv said, it is awful. It's horrible. I just realised we've been talking 30 minutes already, and I thought it'd only been about 15. It's not even awful in hindsight. It's just awful because it still happens now, and that's not appropriate, and it's not right, and it shouldn't be that way. And it, you know, you don't sexualize straight people. Why sexualize non-straight? If that makes sense. Oh, geez. Yeah. Let's insert casual racism as well to make it even worse. We are weirdos, mister. Yeah. This league's better now for my kid in high school than it was for me and my friends, which I'm so glad for. Yeah, it's like the group of kids that I would have been part of, that I still became part of in school, actually. There was like this one group of girls, they found out I liked My Hero Academia, and that was it. They decided I was part of their group. Like, we had some lunch breaks where they'd come in and I'd just play some episodes on the screen while they had their lunch. Like, it didn't bother me. But, you know, they used to sit in the canteen, and one girl openly was sat there doing an embroidery piece of Aizawa from My Hero Academia. And I was like, I couldn't have done that at school, because that would have been ripped out of my hands and thrown around the room, and B, I would have been absolutely ridiculed. And I was just like, it's so lovely that she can just do that. Coming of age during the early 2000s has meant that I'm more comfortable distancing myself from the bi label now. Yeah. And I will say, even now, I hate how much hate being bisexual gets, because even within the LGBT community, it is such a toxic opinion that a lot of people have. And it's like, oh, because so you're with a guy, therefore you must not be bi. And it's like, that's the whole point of being bisexual. I can be with a man or with a woman and still like the other gender. And there is bi-erasure is still very, very prevalent. And it does annoy me quite a lot. And I know what you mean, like with having that baggage. I was quite fortunate. I didn't know I was bisexual until about 4 years ago. And it was my gay manager who was like, we were talking about RuPaul's Drag Race, and I was like, I get so confused because they're really pretty and beautiful, but then they become men, they're still really pretty and beautiful. And he just looked at me and was like, you know, you're bisexual, right? It was just so funny. But I can imagine, certainly coming out younger, is a lot more complexities around it as well. Queer is the added bonus that my sexuality is cis men need not apply. Don't call me, I'll call you. Yeah. Maybe. Oh, that's what the permanently. Yeah. Oh my God. There's a chance because obviously Ren can't move here right now with being their dad's sort of caregiver and being with the fam. Like they've got a much bigger family that are a lot sort of close knit than my own family are. Plus my sister's out there in the same city as Ren, so it's like they would only be an hour away from me. And so with like my profession and my qualifications as well, it does make far more sense for me to move out there until such time as we can move back to the UK. Because eventually we've both agreed we both want to settle in Scotland as our forever home eventually. But obviously that's going to be a few years away yet. I can hear my uncle moving around and I know he's coming down. So I'm trying to get through the comments so we can get onto a sprint before he does. Yeah, my brain fades out. Well, it didn't feel awful at the time because I didn't understand that being sexualized for my sexuality was a gross thing. Right. Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah. I was in a unique high school position where everyone knew who I was because I was on a sports team and in all the school musicals, but it was also ridiculed for being emo and playing. Yeah, it's so weird because it's like you just can't seem to win. No, people aren't fans of Evelyn Hugo, but I still think the quote, "Don't try to fit me in a box," often. Yeah. Right. Okay, we have reached the end of the comments, and my uncle has just come down, like I said he was going to. But stupidly, I haven't set a timer. I'm going to do my usual 1 hour sprints, and then I might do a couple of shorter or longer ones I haven't yet decided. I really like Aoife's, where she spins a wheel and the wheel determines how long the sprint's going to be. At some point, I'd like to do that, but probably not today. But yeah, we're going to start with an hour. But I am aware that obviously a lot of you are coming into your evening/night, so might not be here when we come back. But if you do find that you need to leave for whatever reason, just let us know. And yeah, let us know what you're going to be reading if you haven't yet. And I'm going to go beat up some monsters while listening to monsters. So yeah, I'll speak to you all in an hour. Hello. How did we get on? I actually had a reasonably productive sprint. My uncle came down as predicted. We had a bit of a chat. I then went out to the shed because I wanted to make sure I knew how many bits of things I had for the candle restock. So I was like, okay, not as much as I had hoped. I thought I had a bit more. So I'm only going to be able to actually make 20 candles. So I'm now like, do I extend the closure another month and try and save up enough money to buy the supplies that I need? Or do I just go ahead and just add stuff in and not do sort of like, I wanted to do a really good restock rather than just a few. So yeah, a little bit by that. And then I planned out 3 of the Raven Boy. I've got plans for 300 Foxway, Cabe's Water, and then I asked you guys, but no one replied. Rude. But I'll ask now so you can let me know in the comments. I had one of 2 ideas. I either do 1 candle for every single one of the Raven Boys, and obviously blue, or I do 1 candle called the Raven Boys and choose 1 scent for kind of like each of them. So, you know, mint for Gansey. I picked out one that sort of smelled a bit sort of like autumn leaves, like rainy leaves for Ronan because of his Adam, because of his link with Cabe's Water and things like that. So like 1 scent to represent each of them, and then merge them together and just have 1 candle. So then if someone wants to buy a group order, they don't have to buy like 8 candles to get all of them. It's 3. I'm not sure. Let me know. And then I literally, as the thing started to go, I was about to start working on my Aurelium TBR. I've gotten as far as I've written down all the books I need for next month, because for Volcanic Rock for Bookemon, I'm starting it this month with the Daevabad trilogy. Obviously, that only counts for 1 month. So next month, there's someone that I saw on YouTube. She does like a graphic novel and manga one, and they're starting Monstrous by Marjorie Liu, which I have the first 3 volumes of. So that has to go for Volcanic Rock next month. I've then got a bunch of NetGalley arcs to get to. And I've written Kingdom of Copper because I can tell already I want to keep reading this. I then played some video games and have just finished the next chapter. However, as Liv mentioned in her sprints, and I didn't realise, we have, I said that I'd just finished chapter 4. I hadn't. I'd only actually finished chapter 2 because of the weird little intro thingy. So I'm now just about to start chapter 4. But yeah, I'm loving it. It's great. And I'm already obsessed with the 2 main characters, Dada, and I'm listening to it and it's not gone in. Navia? Nada is what my brain is doing. So yeah. Where are we? Tracy had to leave during that sprint, so I said thank you. Hi Jess, how are you? Literally about to head to bed to read a little of Divine Rivals. How are you finding that? Have a massive day tomorrow, but we'll work on getting videos together first thing. I'm excited. Jess went to see one of my absolute favourite bands of all time and has basically since yesterday been trying to send me some video clips so I can get some. That's Disturbed. And I love them. Hello, my love. How's your day been? I know you were kind of dreading today, so I hope it went better than you were expecting it to, or anticipating. If anyone here knows how to send a 6-minute video to someone else, let me know. Create a G drive and then send a link to it. So that's the best thing to do. Upload it onto a G drive folder and then you can email a link with access to that folder, and they'll be able to watch it, download it, etc. That's what I've done with videos with people in the past. And I've offered to do some editing for Ren, and that's the system we would use if I do. Read the first chapter. Read the first chapter. Why is it the same word but two different pronunciations? It's confusing. Read the first chapter of City of Brass, greatly enjoying. It's just, I'm very much a person, a book has to catch my attention and like captivate me from the very first chapter. Otherwise, I just will not care. And this one absolutely has done that. It's just like, wow. Why is my phone buzzing? Oh, hi, Ren. I just told, I don't know if Liv, if you're still here, but I just said to Ren, during that sprint, I was like, Liv is thinking of doing a Criminal Minds readathon, and I may or may not be helping out, be co-hosting it with her. Ren is very enthusiastic. Ren, yes, you can actually answer, because I was a bad girlfriend and forgot. You have watched Criminal Minds, obviously. Your reaction tells me you have. Because Liv was saying earlier about something that you might have mentioned and was then second guessing whether it was you that mentioned it. And then I was like, I don't know. Like, I'm only their girlfriend. I don't know anything about them. It was quite amusing. I'm also really annoyed that this one little tuft of my hair has just been annoying me. Like, they annoy me anyway, but that one in particular is just determined to stick out. I can't find any of my... Oh. There we go. It's just really annoying. Like, I don't mind the little curly bits, but every now and again there's one that will just really annoy me. Ow. Screw it, that'll do. So yeah. But yeah, that one has just grabbed me right from the first chapter. One Candle, and the audiobook narrator, I love her voice. I'm obsessed. She reminds me of one from the Shadow of the Fox series. And I just love, there are certain tones that some women have that I absolutely love. It's kind of like really warm, almost quite a deep voice. And that's what she's got, this really warm tone to her voice. And I love it. One Candle with the 4 or 5 cents. That's what I was thinking. No reading. Had some care tasks to do for Robbie, and we watched some videos, and now I'm doing some late night cooking. Yeah, care is good. Care is great. What are you cooking? What are you having? I had some of my leftover pizza. I bought a large pizza. I was saying on Erin Sprints yesterday that the place that I order from at the minute, instead of it being £12 or $24, instead of it being £24, so $48 for the large pizza, it's down to £12, so $24. So I bought that with some garlic bread, which is 3 meals for me at the minute. So I had 2 slices and the leftover garlic bread for my breakfast at 8 o'clock this morning. And then probably at about 3-4 o'clock this afternoon, I'll finish the final 4 slices and then just kind of pass out and die. Just watched a bit of Hamilton. Time to restart the obsession. Awesome. I've never seen it. I probably won't see it, but I'm glad you are obsessing over something. Can't decide what to read next because some of you, if you're part of Realmathon, vote in my poll. I am not, so I can't. But if you want to list them, also hi again. I'm not aware of your name, so if you want to let me know, that'd be great. I don't really want to just be like hi. But yeah, if you feel free, if you want to list some options here as well, and I can try and give my vote if I have read any of them. Yeah, so Melissa said same as me, pop it into a G drive. Today was weird. The show I went to was like Interpretive Dance of the Jungle. I imagine Charlotte enjoyed that. Yeah, that sounds odd. Yeah, so I'm assuming by that, are you a Android or a iPhone user? Either way, you should be able to get the Google Drive app, and then from your phone you can just download the app and then set up a folder and upload it. It's a faff and a pain in the ass, but at least then you know you can share it. Alternatively, it's absolutely fine. Like, I appreciate the effort, but don't stress yourself over it. Well, I don't know, Renifer. Like, I just suddenly started writing. Oh God, you're typing. Okay, I'm gonna. I love you, but I'm just gonna like make it so my phone doesn't keep buzzing. Especially as my phone right now is sat on an empty mug, so when it buzzes, it vibrates everywhere. Hey. Yeah, you. Still you. Why are you looking at me like? I went, hi, because she looked at me and she's like, hi. Hello. Okay. Like, how dare you? Like, what? And she's the one staring at me. Hey. Oh, I've lost a jumper. I put it down on the floor the other day because it was warm, so I took it off and I dropped it down in front of me, and it's now her bed. And has been for about 4 days. Oh, oh. We have a Ginty. Say hi. Hi. Claws. This is going to end badly, isn't it, gents? We had a Ginty. Woo! Currently rewatching. As I said to Liv earlier, I have the first sort of 10, 11 seasons I watched over and over and over again. I think season 1 I have watched about 9 times over the past sort of 15 or so years. And then it always kind of seemed to be a thing that I got to the, if we say that the prison season, so that I'm not giving away spoilers, but the prison season, and I kind of stopped watching it after that because I just didn't enjoy it anymore. And then I was like, right, I'm going to finish this series. So last month I finished season 14 and 15. Really did not enjoy either of them, and the very final unsub was just stupid. And then I watched Evolution, and it's like some parts of it I thought were incredible. Some parts were the best in the entire show, and then other bits I was like, I hated the way that they tried to so hard to show, look how dark and edgy we are, and filming it in a different format. And I didn't mind the swearing, but there were a couple of times where I was like, that really wasn't necessary. And it kind of felt like they just threw that in there to be like, look how grown up we are. And it was like, it just felt too overdone. So yeah, I'm just like, so I wanted to love it, I couldn't love it, but I feel like Elias Voigt, whatever the bloody surname is, he, I think, is one of the most interesting unsubs in the entire show. At first, I was dubious how one unsub was going to last throughout an entire season, but yeah, he was up there with Mr. Scratch for me. Like, yeah, just so good. I'm obsessed. Was it you that was mad at JJ? I mean, I'm mad at JJ. Didn't know Disturbed were coming to New Zealand. I would have gone. I saw them in Wellington in 2008. Nice. I've not had a chance to see them live yet, but I'm like, they're a band that even though I love, I don't know if I ever will necessarily go and see them live. Not because I don't want to, but just because that I struggle nowadays with concerts and loud music, so I have to really be hyped. So like last year when I got to see ATEEZ, and because it wasn't just ATEEZ, it was a whole bunch of groups, and Zykas as well, who have now crept up into my top 5 groups. In fact, P1 Harmony as well, who I saw at that event, they also have snuck up into my top groups. So it was because there were multiple things and I got loads out of that concert. That's why I went to that. Whereas if it had just this year where it's going to be just ATEEZ, I'm not sure if I am going to want to go. I want to, but you know, I need to save monies for fun times. Yeah, the JJ. So about the thing that JJ. I'm mad at JJ for the Reed stuff and because I love Will. Yeah, like if it had just been that she said it for the purpose of the unsub, I would have been, that's fine. And when people were saying about it, I was like, well, surely she just said it to get the unsub to believe her, and she didn't actually mean it. But then in the next episode where she was basically saying, I want to be with you and I regret my husband, that's how it felt to me. I was just like, nah. Also, have you seen that the actor that plays Will has said that Will won't be back? And I'm like, they had better not do anything. I don't think they will. I think they've decided they saw the backlash and decided to bury that hatchet. But yeah, apparently Will isn't going to be back. And I'm like, oh, I love Will. He's like the best boy. But yeah, it kind of felt really, really awful. And the one thing I didn't like either is where Reed was like, oh, she's the only person I've ever loved. And I'm like, Maeve? Excuse me? But Maeve? You are telling me that no. And it just kind of, I think that's why I really didn't like those last couple of seasons. It kind of felt like the writers, and you could tell that they weren't the same writers that had been throughout the series. Because the writers of sort of like season 1 to 7 would never have in their wildest dreams have even dreamt of putting those two together like that and done that. And I'm trying to not spoil things, but that one I feel like was a really, really big thing that everyone was talking about. And I think it's also one of those things that if you haven't watched the show by now, like it's been a show that's been around since 2005, so I feel like it's safe to talk about some things. But yeah, just Amy, you're determined to. You're like, someone needs to be on my side with this. Yeah, it was so wrong. Oh, that's cool. Controversial, but no. Yes! Garcia and Luke, they just have, from day one, they had a spark and a chemistry. Whereas, as I said in Live Sprints, Garcia and Morgan, they are soul friends. They are just like soulmates, but in that they were made to be in each other's lives. They're siblings. They are soulmates of the friendship type. They are not. If they ever got together, it would just destroy everything that they had built. And I loved Savannah. I thought she was brilliant. And the fact that she got it with Morgan's job, because she also had a job that demanded a lot of her attention. And yeah, there were a couple of issues with them at points, but I felt they were such a good couple. And it really angered me, the amount of people that were like, oh, she shouldn't, like, I don't like Savannah purely because she's with Morgan. And I'm like, but she's a fantastic character. Whereas the one that was with Luke, I never really felt anything. Lisa, I know she wasn't in it anywhere near as much, but I just didn't like Lisa very much. The dynamic wasn't there. Whereas Luke and Garcia, they had something from day one. And in Evolution, when Luke realizes that she's dating that other guy, his reaction where he just looks at her and he's like, that guy? I was like, oh! Like, pretty much Luke and Garcia are the only reason that I have continued watching, because I need to see them get together. And the writers have said that there will be more development with them coming in the new series. And I'm just like, I said to myself that I wasn't going to go on a Criminal Minds tangent, and then freaking Ren joins the chat. Taco mints. Ooh. I do a thing with mints where we get like fajita flavor mixture, like old El Paso, and it's like a smoky barbecue flavor fajita mix. But rather than make fajitas, what I do is I mix it in with beef mince, and then I get tortilla chips, fill the bowl with tortilla chips, add that on top, and then just like cream, sour cream, cheese. And then for those who like spicy food, you can add jalapenos and all of that. And I have that as a meal instead, and it's the best thing ever. But every time I eat it, I just feel so unwell afterwards because my stomach's just like, that is a lot of fat and a lot of grease. But oh dear God, is it so worth it? We want to read David Bad for ages, since someone I know said it's a good example of a white Western author writing Southwest Asian, North African inspired stories without it being Orientalist. Yeah, I think it also is because she is married to someone from that area, or is descended from that kind of area. And I know she herself converted to Islam. So she knows how to approach it by being respectful. I know there was slight controversy when it first came out, because when the book's first released and it was her debut, I think, people didn't realize that she is actually a white author. And there were people who were like, oh, she's used SA instead of her actual name because she's trying to cover up the fact she's white. And then it was like, no, it's just because she didn't want to use her full name. Like many writers, they would rather just go by their initials to sort of keep some kind of anonymity. But the people were saying that she did it in a way to try and make people believe that she was from that, like that she was Muslim. And she's like, well, I am. Like, but yeah, the main reason that I was reluctant to read it is because I've tried 5 or 6 books since, actually probably more than that. I have tried multiple books where they're set in that kind of region and have that kind of mythos and mythology, and I've not really gotten on with them. Like We Hunt the Flame, I didn't really get on with. The Midnight Lie, Girl Serpent Thorn. And I was like, I think it's more the setting. I prefer settings that aren't sort of desert and arid and kind of the things that I really, really dislike. Because obviously I don't really like heat and I don't like hot. So I don't really enjoy reading books with those kind of settings. And also the mythology for me has never really been one that I've been drawn to. However, Jinn, thanks to D&D and playing a character that was half Jinn, I suddenly am like, okay, I'm way more interested in that mythology now. So that's what then drew me to that one. And now that I'm listening to it, I'm like, okay, I'm really enjoying it. So I'm hoping that this one, after reading this, I might try We Hunt the Flame again. Because maybe I needed to read something that really caught my attention to then try the one again that didn't really catch me back then. But it's like I tend to pick up books that have got more sort of East Asian or like South American. They tend to be more where I pick up books that have that kind of folklore and mythology, or like Northern European, so Scandinavia, Viking and all of that. They tend to be what I stray towards. But it is it's refreshing to read something that's a different mythology to what I normally read. And I love the fact that Dada is just like, I'm not a Jinn, I'm a diva. It's like, you are a diva. I don't think you're alone. I've seen plenty of people who have gone down that route and who are like avid Morgan and Garcia stans. It's just, I personally, I have never seen it. They are just like, yeah, they're just besties. And yeah. Yes. it's like, you know, and like little moments where she says something, he'll smirk, and then she'll be like, stop smirking, Luke Alves, even though she's on the phone and can't see him, and she just knows. And I'm like, yeah, I love it. I may have written fan fictions in my head, but I'm never going to actually write them. I'm excited. Izzy, hello. It's Blind Paul because they're all German indie books. Oh, okay. Well, number 2. I don't know. I'm just going to say number 2. I'm assuming there's more than 2 options. Jindy! Beep. Oh my god, is your tongue out? No. She's got this habit at the minute where she just, actually, I'll find the picture and show you all. And then I'm going to try and get through some of these comments a little bit quicker. Ren, stop messaging me! As soon as I hit my phone, another message popped up. I'm kidding. Message me. Don't stop. But yeah, she has, I think she's either got something wrong with her teeth or it's just a sign that she's getting old. And she's got a habit where she just keeps having her tongue just, and she'll just be sat there and I'll look over and she'll just be like, it's the cutest thing ever. Here we go. So she just sits there with her little tongue sticking out, and it is so freaking adorable. And much to, as you can tell from this photo, much to my amusement. And it's just almost daily, because like literally that was the day before. Just it's so cute. But I'm wondering if it's like a sign of old age, where I know it happens a lot with dogs where they just lose feeling in their tongue. It's just the cutest thing. Go drive, it's pretty easy once you got it figured out. Cool. Yes, you can always reach out and we'll help you out. Oh, season 14 is one of your favorites. Oh god, can't even think of my favorites. Season 10, I think it is 10 or 11, when we first get introduced to Cat Adams. Tara gets introduced, and then we have like the Morgan storyline with Giantolo or whatever his surname is. Like, that season is just amazing. But early on, I really loved season 3. No, season 2, when Prentice first comes in, and then they have like the church episode, and there's a lot of stuff that goes on with Reed, and we get a lot more. And yeah, I like all the I have favorites throughout, but I like the ones where we have an unsub that sort of just comes back every now and again, and we have an overarching storyline with where there's a constant threat from them in the background. I don't like it when it's done too much. Like, it is nice when you get a season where it is just every single episode is its own case, but I do like the ones where we get a little bit of a storyline bringing in. I only watched a few episodes of Evolution. Prentice is forever my queen, but I can't with Evolution. Yeah, it took me about 4 or 5 episodes before I fully got into Evolution, and then I was like, okay, yeah, this is amazing. Wasn't really a big fan of Disturbed until I saw them live, but they were phenomenal. I've always been... I didn't like them. That's a lie. I haven't always been in love with them. I really liked Down with the Sickness when it came out, because that was just played everywhere on all the sort of rock music channels. And And then they brought Land of Confusion out, and that was when I was hooked. And I prefer their stuff nowadays because I'm not really a screamo person, so I prefer it now where it's toned down. And even though he's got like the where he goes like rah and stuff, it's not screaming throughout the whole song, and I prefer that. But they are one of my favorite groups, and as I've said before, they're sort of ballads and they're sort of more softer songs like Sound of Silence, The Light. I call them like motivational songs because they give me a really visceral reaction. And yeah, as I said, with A Reason to Fight, that song literally pulled me out of a depression. So yeah, it's because I've seen the set lists for what they've been performing on this tour, and obviously I get that they're promoting the new album and they're doing all the subunit stuff, so you're getting all of the new album stuff, but I would rather have more of their older music and more of my favorites rather than just mostly the new stuff with a couple of older songs thrown in. That's just my personal preference. And the album that we just had, even though I like the units and their individual songs, I prefer the group songs when they're all together. And obviously Dreamy Day is our song, so you know. Oh no. Yeah, I saw them, and one of them, I can't remember which member it was. P1 Harmony. It was Intak. No, Jiyoung. Jiyoung wasn't there because he was sick, and everyone was commenting how Theo didn't look great. He had to keep like pausing and bending over, and we were all like, is he gonna collapse? And then the next day they were due to perform in Germany and they had to cancel because literally overnight 4 of the group came down with the flu. So they had pushed through for London, but then they were just like, we cannot do it, and it was a real shame. I used Flare audio earbuds, which work to chill out most of the offensive noise. I have severe noise sensitivity. Ooh, it's something I need to do. Is like I need to try out some loops and stuff like that to see. But my then problem is I struggle, even though I have earphones in all the time. Like today, I started off the audiobook with my earphones and they were just vibrating really horribly against my ear and they just felt awful. And I was like, I need to take them out. They've got to go. But I need to do some experimenting. No, not Will. I love him. Yeah, he just said that he won't be returning. And I'm like, oh, but Will was such a key part of evolution. I don't know why they'd get rid of him. Yeah. I genuinely think it was always just flirtation. I don't think, because when they first met, Garcia was still very guarded and wasn't ready for that kind of relationship. So I think for both, and pretty much with Morgan, they were both, in that stage. So I just don't think they ever would have. There's me. Yeah, look it up. The creators have said, hey, Courtney. My brain always says Nicole, but I know it's not, so I know it's Courtney. Hey, Courtney, how you doing? 6:35 a.m. This was me on Liv sprints this morning because I woke up at 4 a.m. and I joined her sprints at like 4:45 or 5, and I was just like, hey, it's 5 a.m. and she was like, oh my god, why are you awake? And I was like, because I fell asleep at 6 o'clock last night. But hope you're good. Let me know what you're getting up to. It wouldn't surprise me if she used SA instead of Shannon to essentially make her name sound more gender neutral. That too. But it just annoyed me where people were like, oh, she's using it as a cover-up. It's like, really not. Jess says hello to Courtney. Hi. I feel like I keep missing your sprints. Yeah. There's just so many sprints that go on. Like even today, I was like, is there anyone on that I'm subscribed to? No. Okay, let's just do it for a few hours. And then when someone else comes on, I'll come off or something. It's definitely probably a gender thing. Fantasy and science fiction is more likely to be picked up if it's written by a man. Truth. I think that's why romantasy has become its own genre now, is because women in particular were finding that like sci-fi fantasy tends to be picked up more if you're a male author, and then if you're a female, like they sort of go, oh, we want more romance. But also I find that a lot of people, well, women in particular, I have found are more likely to read fantasy if there's a heavier romance element in there. Not all, obviously, but it is a more heavier thing that I've noticed. Like, I have always been drawn to fantasy for the world building, but I'm put off by a lot of male authors by the way that they represent women. I don't necessarily need romance in my books, but if there is going to be romance, it needs to be done well. And if there are going to be female characters, they need to be done well. And I just find that a lot of male authors struggle with that. But also I have seen plenty of female authors who are terrible at writing male perspectives. So it's a really weird one. But I definitely agree where it's like still, unfortunately, falls into that bias. So we know what you're doing the next sprint. Hello, Stephanie. How are you? I think we're nearly at the end of the comments, so we will get going. I need more Lucan Garcia fanfic. I can honestly say I've never read any Criminal Minds fanfiction. I don't read fanfiction very much these days. I think I've gone on to AO3 about 20 times now with the intention of reading some Genshin fanfiction, and then I've just been like, actually, no. And then I think the last time I went on a fanfiction binge was when I watched Peacemaker last year, and I became obsessed with Vigilante. And so I just read a whole bunch of Vigilante fanfic, and yeah. But it's why I don't write it as much anymore, even though I know I've got my Captain America series that's only half finished, and I'm like, that's never going to get done. Yes. Tara, she is so cool. I love her. I think it's one of the best in the entire series, and I love that they linked back to it. Like 12 years later, they linked back to it, and it was like, I think with all this Lucan Garcia love, I'm going to have to watch some fan videos. So many people on at the same time. Yeah, we were talking about this yesterday, and I think it was me and Laura were saying that it's a circus. The light, sound of circus. Sound of circus. Sound of silence. Yep, a reason to fight. Hello. Oh, you need to reply to your message. I saw that you messaged me, so I will reply to you in a bit. It's early, but I made it. Whoop. Ooh. Ugh. Well, hopefully you can just rest up. Plenty of hydration, plenty of rest, and maybe some reading. Haven't looked at any fanfic since the big Harry Potter fic war that happened with Cassandra Clare. I was like, I'm just going to leave through this door and not come back. That was a long time ago, wasn't it? Yeah. I kind of went off fanfiction mostly when they started to move from fanfiction.net and more people started to use AO3. Fanfiction.net is where I started when I was like 15, 16. And then like there was talks that they were going to go under, so everyone migrated. And then I felt like when I went on to AO3, I really hate their system. Like, it's great that you can have, that there's so much you can choose from, and it's great how many tags and things, but I also find it's really overwhelming, and it's also really hard to narrow down what you want, whereas fanfiction kept it simple. It's like, this is what I want, this is what I don't want, and it was done. Whereas like AO3 can take 20 different things before you find one story that you like, and it just used to frustrate me. And I also found that the community on AO3 was way more toxic than fan fiction. Whereas I know a lot of people have said the other way around, that they think fanfiction.net was awful, and I'm like, I don't know. I feel like AO3 ended up with a lot of the Wattpad reviewers, whereas, yeah, just, I don't know. But there just sort of seemed to be that transitional phase. And then I think it also was like, I used fanfiction as an escape when I wasn't reading. When I was younger, for about 8 years, I didn't really read much, and fanfiction was how I did it. And then when I started to pick books back up again, the urge to read fanfiction kind of dropped, because it's like, well, these days, like with certain things, I'm like, I'd rather wait for the media to do it, and then I'll wait until a series has finished. So even now, if I read a fanfiction, it's usually because it's a series that's done, and it's filling in things that I wasn't happy about, or filling in things that I wished had happened. And yeah. It's been a while, but I did start a Captain America series, and I am still really happy with it, and I still kind of every now and again want to go back to it. But I'm also like, I stopped it at, I think, the start. I stopped writing it at the very start of Age of Ultron. And I'm just like, that means I've got a hell of a lot more films to catch up on, because it was a romance between Steve. I wrote it that Steve Rogers had a sister who, for various reasons, is also still alive in the modern day. And it was a romance between her and Bucky. And there was like, their lives had interweaved over the decades. And it was so cool, and it was really awesome, and I was really proud of it. But at the same time, it was just so huge. And I'm like, I would rather put that effort into writing my own novels than read something that I can never kind of monetize or make use of. So if I write fan fiction these days, it tends to just be to exercise my writing brain a bit, which I remember, little shout out, if anyone hasn't been aware, check out my recent video that's called, I've got a new project called NaNoWriMo, which is like New Novel Writing Month. Basically, after all the crap that happened with NaNoWriMo last year, I've decided that I hated that it was in November anyway, because I'm always planning and prepping for Bookmas. And then this year, November is when I'm planning, prepping, packing, and going to Australia. And then I also felt I would rather do a big writing project earlier in the year, so I could spend the rest of the year editing and working on it. So if you are interested, in May, I'm doing a writing challenge for anyone that wants to work on a new project or any project. And I have started to put feelers out, because I would like to do things for sort of in April. I'm doing a series of prep videos, like how to come up with an idea, how to plan and outline a novel, how to approach a big writing project like a challenge like this, and share some resources and things like that. And then I'm also hoping to get a few people to interview, to do little interviews on also providing some advice, and maybe do a live Q&A with a published author if I can. And then in May, during the actual challenge, it's mostly going to be writing sprints with a couple of videos on the next stages. And again, try and get one or two people on to do interviews or a Q&A. And then following up in June will be more resources on what to do next. So like, you've written a book, what now, kind of thing, talking about different publishing options, how to market. And again, I really want to get people in that have that experience or work in that industry, that have way more knowledge than I do, because I have some knowledge of some things, but I don't have that. I've never been through that process. So I would like someone to come on and do an interview, or just do a little bit of a talk about it. But yeah, there's going to be stuff April, May, and June, but the main challenge will be in May, if anyone is interested. Yeah, The Sound of Circus. Just, I mean, at this point, I have been awake for nearly 7 hours. Yeah, I've been awake for pretty much 7 hours now. So, you know, my brain's in afternoon mode. There was a period where fandoms had their own websites. Oh, I missed that. I used to be on a couple of Gundam Wing ones because that at the time when I was like 12, 13, that was my show. And I remember we had dedicated websites. There was one where there was a dedicated website where they had hundreds of stills from every single episode. And I used to use that as like a Bible for my journal. And now it's like, I really miss it. Some of these old websites I really miss. And some of the best fan fiction I ever read was on those websites. And when those websites closed, that fan fiction's been lost. And I'm like, I also remember about 6 years ago, I was going through a box and I found some floppy disks. And when my partner at the time, luckily he had a floppy disk reader. And so when I looked on them, they were all fan fiction that I'd saved. And I was like, oh my God, but it was insane. And forums just aren't a thing anymore as much. Although I just saw someone ask about NaNoWriMo, so I'll be coming back to forums in a second. And then we're going to go into our next sprint. Fanfic has so much merit as a creative outlet, though. Yeah, it does. Never read fanfic. That's fair. I know a lot of people who don't and won't, but I think for me it was because I predominantly Harry Potter when I was a child, because certainly there was one pairing in particular that I was complete, and I still argue that they should have been a couple, but I was obsessed. So everything I read was them. And then I sort of found other things within fan fiction, and then I started writing it. And I think my earliest writing stuff was fan fiction and what if scenarios and things. And then now I've just evolved into my own thing. I was literally typing out a shout out to yeah, you're on it. Okay, so forums. I'm going to keep this very brief. Basically, NaNoWriMo has a forum section, and it also has a section that was designated for young writers. Unfortunately, there were some admins within that forum, or the moderator within that forum, that showed predatory grooming behavior. When it was brought forward to NaNoWriMo team with all of the receipts and all of the evidence, it came out that they kind of just ignored it and disregarded it. And then they announced a statement where they were like, we haven't been ignoring it. We haven't disregarded it. We've just taken the time to make sure that we approach it properly. And it's like, yes, but in the 6 months that you have been waiting, that person and those people have still been able to get onto that forum and continue those behaviors. And you've not done anything to like restrict their access to these children. I would say look it up, because I don't remember all of the details. That's the key thing that I remember. But I just remember that the attitude of NaNoWriMo was, and the response from NaNoWriMo just felt very, very half-hearted. I would also say her name is right there. Oh, I'm just having a Rebecca Thorne. She's the author of Can't Spell Treason Without T. If you go onto TikTok and look up her, she did a series of videos really going in depth into it. And I just decided that even after all their apologies, and they are making huge changes, and they've now like blocked the forums, and they've said they're not going to do them anymore. And they have said they're going to do a massive restructure, but I feel it's too little too late. And until there's a more official alternative that comes up, I'm just going to do my own thing. And I thought, let's go for a time of year where, we've not got Christmas, we've not got, summer holidays where people with kids are going to have the kids around all the time. So I thought May's a good month because, I've got stuff going on throughout other months. Wow, my brain just completely skipped a minute there. And And it's like, I've got stuff coming. April is Aurelium and was too soon to get stuff done. And then I've got things coming up later on in the year. So I don't really want to be doing a big project then. And then my readathon is in September this year. So again, I didn't really want to be doing things there. So I was just like, you know what, it'd be fun. Let's just get a group together. And I'm also next year, I decided I'm not doing it this year, or it'll be very late this year. I'm hoping to launch a Patreon that's going to be the first tier will be all the bookish stuff, and then after that it'll be all writing community stuff. And so it'd be nice to set up a thing that we can do every year, and then eventually I'm going to create a Patreon around it and stuff like that, so we can get more resources and do more activities and things, and just eventually build it into a little community. But yeah, I've just decided that I was struggling with NaNoWriMo anyway, because trying to write 50,000 words in the same month that I'm also planning a month's worth of content and prepping for Christmas just was too much. Never wrote fan fiction, but I used to post a lot of original writing online. That's really cool. I never did that. I was always scared of writing. I think the other reason I wrote fan fiction rather than my own stuff, or posted my own stuff, was because of that whole, I didn't want people to steal my work. Because even though I think it's different now, but sort of 15, 20 years ago, it was very much a case of, even though the website said that it was a copyright to you, it actually wasn't a genuine copyright, and therefore anyone could just take your work and claim it as their own. And I was like, well, at least if someone takes my fan fiction, whatever, and they're not stealing my work, it's just, whatever. But I don't know, maybe at some point I'll post some of my own stuff. Yeah. It really, really was just one of those situations where it was like, so you're actively not going to protect young people when it's your legal responsibility to? Okay. And as a former teacher, I was just like, this is unacceptable. And, I'm not a parent, but the thought of anyone taking a complaint like that and just going, it's fine. No. That's so cool, though. That's really awesome. To be fair, I'm hoping to be the one person who prompts myself to get back into writing, because I've got so many ideas and so many things that I want to do. And it's like, I usually get one big idea, and the way stories come to me is I usually have one scene in particular that comes to mind, and then I build the whole novel around it. But I really struggle to then fill the gaps. So that's what I'm going to work on, hopefully, for this one, because I've got a project that kind of, I originally thought of, put it to one side thinking I'm never going to get to this. And then last year it decided to hit me full force. And then this year it's just like, we need to write this now. I even wrote a couple of bits the other night. I was lying in bed, and as I was falling asleep, an idea came to mind. So I quickly wrote, and I wrote half a page. And I was like, right, okay, I need to sleep. And Ren, it's the steampunk one, I've pretty much told you the entirety of this novel. Right, I'm off to bed. Have a date with my niece today. Night. Good night, Jessica. Have a good night. Right, okay, we're at the end of the comments. So if you're in the middle of writing a comment, I will give a few seconds for that to come through. But otherwise, I'm going to set up another sprint. I'm thinking either sticking with an hour or even doing a longer one, do like an hour and a half. What do you guys think? Because I'm just thinking about timings, and when my uncle comes down for his lunch, it's about in an hour that he'll come down. So I'm thinking of doing a bit of a longer one for this sprint. But I'm also thinking there's people in certain parts of the world where an hour and a half will be like 11, 12 o'clock. So let me know, an hour or an hour and a half. Yes, no, I was just thinking, like, have you Melissa, you've mentioned New Zealand, so I'm assuming that you're probably going to be wanting to head off soon as well. I was about to be like, yeah, the story is amazing, without knowing which one it was. Ren. Honestly, not all my writing is amazing. I don't think any of my writing is amazing. I think some of it's good. But, And then every now and again, I'll write something and be like, damn, that's good. But yeah. And then I have some stuff that is absolute trash. Good night, Melissa. Hope you have a good sleep. Happy with a longer one, if not, if that works for you. I mean, by the time I finish talking, it'd probably be fine anyway. Heading to bed now. Thanks for the sprints. I must do tomorrow what I have so far for the readathon. Awesome. Obviously, you are the leader. I will take your lead. But if you want any prompt suggestions or any ideas, let me know and I'll fire off what I've thought of as well. But you are the fearless leader and I will do what you tell me. Yeah, 1 hour. I think what I'm going to do, I'll go in between. So I'll do 1 hour and 15 just to be really awkward for everybody, including myself. I just nearly had to try and calculate what that meant time-wise. But I'll do 1 hour 15. That way it makes sure that he's come down, done his bits and buggered off. And then I've got enough time to talk through things. Hey, Jenny, how are you? Literally just going into the next sprint. But let me know what you are getting up to today. And is it packing my order? I'm kidding. I'm just excited. Because obviously it took forever for me to pay for the damn thing. But yeah, let me know what you are getting up to. And if you are reading anything, what are you reading? Anyone that is heading to bed now, I hope you have a wonderful sleep. Anyone that is just waking up now, I hope you have a good morning and get yourself caffeinated and woken up and breakfast. And anyone that's in between the two, like myself, make sure you hydrate or dehydrate. And yeah, let's get going, shall we? Last time it took me nearly a minute to actually set the timer going because I am an idiot, so let's not do that. Yeah, I'll see you in 1 hour and 15. Welcome back. We literally, it was one of those things where my audiobook had like 4 minutes left and the timer had 3 minutes or something left. So I was like, right, I'm just going to add the extra time. That's just going to be blaring at you guys if I do that. The only downside to filming from my sofa is the lighting is always not great. Anyway, how did everyone get on? I know a few people left, a few people arrived. I did a chapter of City of Brass because the chapter that I just listened to was 1 hour and 4 minutes long. And this one's at 1 hour. So it's quite cool, actually. It means that I shouldn't be. Am I still muted now? I'm not plugged in. It shouldn't be muted. Oh! Laura, don't do that to me. I was like panicking because I've been charging my controller through that, and whenever I plug my controller into my laptop to charge, it automatically changes it. So this is where the sound comes from for streaming, and obviously this doesn't have a microphone. So I was genuinely so like, oh my god, what have I done? Ignoring all that. Yeah, so it's quite cool because these are about an hour long each. I'm still just, we've got new characters have come in, like the prince has just come in. For those who have just arrived and don't know what I'm reading I'm listening to The City of Brass by S.A. Chakraborty for a read along that I'm doing that's been hosted by a book fiend named Mel and various assorted others who I don't know the names of off the top of my head. But I have been hooked from the very first chapter, and we've had like the first two characters introduced and we spent a bit of time with them, and then they've now gone, right, we need to go to the city of Daevabad, and now we're in the city of Daevabad being introduced to the characters that are already there. And I love it when they do that, to just sort of bring characters in rather than jumping and chopping and switching POVs mid-chapter. Looking at you, Sarah J. Maas. So I'm really liking how this world building is and how we're being introduced to the characters. I will say though, having the character called Prince Ali, all I am doing in my head the whole time I'm talking about him and the whole time I'm listening is I've just got Prince Ali, da, 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 da. And that has just been playing on loop in my brain this entire chapter, and I've got a feeling that's going to happen for this entire book. So I'm kind of like, why did she choose that as the name? Because again, harking back to our neurodiverse conversation earlier, you know, someone neurotypical might think, hey, he sounds like Prince Ali. But those of us with the neurospices, our brains will then latch onto that and will not let it go. Ever. So yeah, I've probably got that to look forward to for the next 3 books. Or the next 2 books, including this trilogy. I've been up since 4 a.m, okay? My brain is getting tired. Maybe I need a mid-afternoon nap. Like, I keep looking at the time, expecting it to be 3, 4 o'clock, and I'm like, oh, it's only 12. What? But yeah, so I literally just spent that entire chapter, that entire reading sprint, listening to that, and on Genshin Impact, a couple of areas of the map for exploration, I'm at like 90%. So I'm trying to get those areas up to 100% because I'm like, this game's been out for 3 years, and those were the original areas that we could explore, and I haven't cleared them because I've always gone on to the next area. So I'm just kind of making it my challenge to, you know. Where were we on? I need to start. Oh yeah, we were at Jenny. There we go. Hello. Reading The Dragon's Promise by Elizabeth Lim. That is Poppy War series, I think. Maybe. Why is my voice so high? I'm gonna stick with it. Hello. Hey, Brittany. Oh, happy birthday. Hope you have an amazing time. I knew your birthday was coming up. I couldn't remember exactly when. I know I have yours soon, and I know I have Jonah's on the 21st. I don't know. I think I've got another one. I've got it written down somewhere, but I'm sure I've got somebody else's in March as well. And of course, my journal isn't directly in front of me right at the second that I need it. Oh wait, it's in here. I got this bag. Ren bought me a Valentine's gift, and in it had this bag, and it's Mito, the rabbit from the new ATEEZ album, and I'm like, he's so cool. I love it. But I use this as my like transferring stuff up to my room at night, and then in the morning when I need to bring stuff back down, this is my little transfer bag. I'm sure I've got it written down when people's birthdays are. Or do I? Yes, I have. Oh, I just have Jonah. Oh, 17th, tomorrow. Happy birthday for tomorrow. I've got 17th Brittany, 21st Jonah. So, like, March is an awesome people month. I hope you have a fantastic weekend, and I hope you enjoy your flea market and yard sales, if you're even still here and can hear me right now. Go and take a shower. Not sure if I'll be back in time to the chatty bit. Fingers crossed. Hey, Laura. Reading Chrysalis and Requiem today. Cool. How are you finding those, or are they? I think Requiem, didn't you start yesterday, or you were reading? Or was that somebody else in another sprint? It's so hard to remember what people were reading in what sprints. But let me know how you're getting on with those. I added 2 minutes to the chapter so I could finish that chapter. Otherwise, it would have been like 2 sentences. Oh, speak of the devil, and Jonah appears. Hey. Feel free if you want to join for a bit. And we established I was not, in fact, muted. Oh, wow. I mean, you just crawled out of bed at 1:30, because obviously you're an hour ahead of me, whereas I crawled out of bed at 4 o'clock this morning because I went to bed at 6. Well, I was asleep, I think, about 5:30, 5:45 last night. And then woke up at 4 and went, oh, okay, guess I'm up. That was still so good. I like the establishment of I heard you, and then I heard every single word. So I didn't say anything bad. Amy, up to 108, page 80. Page 189. Need to head off. Nearly fell asleep during that sprint. Well, yeah, isn't it like 11 p.m. roughly for you? I know it's 11 p.m. now for Ren. So depending on where you are, it's either midnight or slightly before 11. So it's definitely in that kind of late night range. So yeah, good night, and hope you get a good night's sleep. Read some pages of Stalking Jack the Ripper and ate some applesauce directly from the jar. When you're sick, you gotta eat what you can. I always keep certain things in the cupboard and fridge, so I only have them, and when I'm sick, that is what I eat. And usually it's like I have a tin of soup, and I always make sure that no matter what, I have a tin of soup in the cupboard. So it's like, yeah, if I ever have a really rough day or I'm genuinely sick, at least I know I've got something to eat. I'm now in that awkward phase with eating and food where I'm like, I have my leftover pizza. I still have 4 slices, but I'm like, I bought the pizza yesterday. It went in the fridge. will my brain let me keep it in the fridge one more night and eat it tomorrow? Or will it go, no, that's now dirty, we can't eat it, it's spoiled? So I'm now toying with the idea of just sticking my leftover pizza in the freezer and then getting to it at some point, because I kind of don't want pizza for dinner as well tonight. I bought some chicken in white sauce, and I just really a comfort food for me is a tin of chicken and white sauce, and then I just cook up a bunch of rice and I mix the chicken and white sauce in with the rice. And I know it's not good, not really great. I know it's not the best that I could eat, but it's a comfort food and it's a safe food. So I bought like 6 tins of it yesterday. So yeah, I now need to decide whether or not I'm going to force myself to eat the pizza, or put the pizza, or risk leaving it in the fridge and then tomorrow going, because my brain is so finicky with food. Even though I know full well it's fine, it just goes, nah, we're not eating that. Finished at Ubras a couple of days ago. I liked it. I'm really, really loving it so far, and we're literally still in that very early first sort of, I reckon if I had a physical copy, I'd be on about page 40 or something right now. Maybe not even that. And I'm just really, really, it's refreshing. I think it doesn't help that I obviously had a really bad time with romance reads lately. And the past year or so, I would say that I have drifted more towards contemporary and romance. And then after reading the Raven Boys, I've kind of fallen back into my fantasy era, and I'm like, I just want to read all the fantasy. So this is, it's grabbing me in all the right ways. Obviously, it's too early to tell star rating, but if it continues the way it is, and I'm imagining it's going to get like better once action and stuff starts happening, I wouldn't be surprised if it's a 4 or 5. But obviously, I can't judge too much yet. Now, Azriel comes for some cuddling. Aww. I'm glad I'm not the only one. I don't really care that there's an explanation for his name. It's just the fact that it's Prince Ali. My brain just immediately started singing it, and now it won't let it go. And it's like, I get there might be a reason why she chose it, but it's still just really frustrating that my brain has now latched onto that and is like, like, yeah. Thought I had the cat. Nope. Not me sleeping on time and more than you. Yeah, normally I struggle to get to sleep, and then once I'm asleep, I will sleep solidly for 9 or 10 hours and be fine. But it can take me until 4 or 5 in the morning to actually fall asleep. Whereas the last 2 weeks or so, I'm falling asleep the second I go to bed and within like 10 minutes, but I'm waking up 4 or 5 times in a night. I'm having really horrible dreams that keep waking me up. And then each time I wake up, it's taking me longer and longer to get to sleep. So like a couple of nights ago, I think it was not last night, but the night before, I only got 4 hours sleep because I fell asleep really solidly, slept for 4 hours, woke up, my brain went, we're awake now. And I was like, but I don't want to be. And you talking to my brain, I was like, you know that if we get up right now, you're going to get grumpy with me and you're going to start stabbing and go into a migraine when you could easily just let me go back to sleep. And it went, no. So yeah, the Gremlin one, I got up and hey presto, later on that day, we had to take sumatriptan and go to bed early because it gave me a migraine. And was then like, why did you not listen to me earlier? It's like, you chose not to sleep. Me and my brain have a really fun relationship. And yeah, I will take a screenshot. No, not a screenshot. I will take a photo of that. Ren has gone to bed. They had a very long day. And they are kind of dead. Like when they were here, it kind of was pretty much every night. We'd get to about 9:30. I'd look over and they'd be half dead. And then we'd get to 10 and that was it. They were barely standing. It was like, go to bed. Started Oversharing by Jane Fallon, that's Sprint, and Hoovered the Downstairs, 2 chapters in. Nice. And hello, Patricia, how are you? That's an awesome use of the hour. I kind of thought about doing some housework and then very quickly went, nah, can't be bothered. No. Basically, because I'm not working right now, what I try to do is do my chores and housework through the week and treat that as if that's my work. And then the weekend is still my weekend. So it kind of helps my brain to feel like we still have things we need to do during the week rather than fall into that eternal weekend slump that always then leads into a depressive slump because I just become monotonous and don't do anything. So now I've kind of started to make a little list of these are the things to do during the week, and then at the weekend we can rest. Because otherwise I'll just rest all the time and then never get anything done. Yeah. It just, yeah, that's exactly what's happened. That's all I'm picturing. I'm trying not to. I have looked up, like, I went onto Google and I Googled his name. So I now have art, like fan art and different art pieces that have been done that show him. So that has helped a little bit. But originally it was immediate what came to mind. And I was like, I cannot go through this entire trilogy because I'm going to assume that he's a main character throughout. I was like, I'm not going to go through this entire trilogy picturing Aladdin. So let's look up some actual artwork of this guy so I can picture that instead. Like, ugh. Birthday, St. Patrick's Day. That is was my aunt's birthday as well. And it was quite funny because I always used to forget that it was St. Patrick's Day because it was my aunt's birthday. And even now, she passed away 7 or 8 years ago now. And even now, I'm like, oh yeah, it's Auntie Elaine's birthday. Wait, no, it's not. And it's also this. And I just forget that that's what it is. It's so cute. I love it. Like, as well as the bag, they bought me, like, obviously they bought me like 80s merch, but they bought me like a really cool print of my two of my favorite songs. And so it's got all the lyrics in like the pattern of a CD. Hang on, I'll go grab it. I need to get up anyway. Hi, kitty. Oh, I've been sat down too long. I think I need to stretch my legs next sprint. Here we go. So I got Turbulence and Answer. So I'm going to eventually get those framed and put up on my wall display up in my room. And it came with a whole bunch of photo cards that I love. And I'm just like, like that. I'm so sorry if none of you care about K-pop. I know a few of you in the chat do. So this is purely for you guys. But we got some Sunnies and a few other different ones that I got for like from their latest release, and it's just so cute. And then there's really super duper adorable one that has like one of those really cute little cases, and it's Yuno and Mingy, and I just think it's so wholesome and cute, and I love it. I mean, I pretty much will love anything Ren ever buys me ever, but that's one of my favorite. Even though they bought me like a bazillion books for my birthday, those certainly the lyric things, they're like my favorite thing they've ever bought me, because you know, it's like super personal. It's my favorite songs and my favorite lyrics, and it's just that was a bit of a random tangent, but let's go back to books. To be fair, been awake since 9:30, but had a week, so elected to be potato is perfectly valid. Page 7. Oh, okay. So it seems like I'm actually a lot further in. I think these chapters are longer in general because, like, oh yeah, the whole book is only 33 chapters, whereas normally fantasies I'm used to being like 50, 60 chapters. They're normally like shorter chapters to break it up. But I really loved the sort of introduction of him, and I liked that like we're getting to learn about the different system and the different types of deities and devas, and I really like how quickly we're getting an idea of like who he is as a person, like with the little kid and stuff, where he was just instinctually like, I don't care about anything else, she needs to be protected. And I was like, okay, as long as you don't end up becoming one of those characters where you start off super wholesome, cute, and amazing, and then end up being the bad guy, I'm gonna love you. Really sleeping. Sometimes I think I'm the only neurospicy person on the planet with normal sleep. Probably. I mean, Ren is autistic as well. But their flavor of autism is if they are not in bed by 10 and sleep through till about 8, they can't function. Because, you know, the whole month that they were here, I think there was only 2 or 3 nights where we stayed up later than that. And they were just an absolute wreck the next day. And it was like, oh, like oh, the cat's yelling at birds again. I was like, what's that noise? Like the cat. So, you know, you're not the only one, but I think like you're one of the only people I've seen with ADHD that have normal sleep, because like every person I've ever met with ADHD, minus you, has just had horrendous sleeping problems. I think it's just a thing with our brains. We reject sleep because that means we have to stop. Hello, welcome back. Absolutely no idea. I usually, when I do these kind of sprints, it tends to be either until somebody else comes on that I want to watch their sprints, or my brain gives out on me. Usually my brain gives out on me far earlier than anything else. But I think we're definitely going to have 2 more minimum, because my uncle comes down for his dinner at 4. And I usually like to be signed off by then to spend time with him and chat with him. And especially like yesterday, I went to bed when he came down. So, you know, he didn't really get a lot of socialization because unfortunately he doesn't really go out because of various anxieties and health problems. He tends to just stay indoors, and I am pretty much the whole socialization he gets. So I do like to try and be downstairs just to have a chat with him and hang out. So, you know, it's 1 p.m. now, so 2 more sprints and chatty bits minimum, and then we'll see. But because I am starting to get tired and my brain is every now and again it shoots a stab, so I'm going to say we've got 1 hour sprint and then probably a 45-minute to end up the day. So yeah, why don't I just say 2? We have 2 more sprints. Wow. Over explanation much. I used to do that when I was teaching. I'd get into something and I'd be like, right, guys, everyone's faces have gone blank and my brain just died. So let's start that again and try and explain it better. Birthday buddies. Oh, wow. I like that you have like the same birthdays. I find in my family, we have recurring numbers quite a lot. 13 is a recurring. I'm 13. My gran was 13th of October. My nan was the 13th of December. I'm the 13th of January. And I used to joke that I needed to have a kid on the 13th of November. So then we'd have October, November, December, January. And then the numbers 9 and 19 are quite prevalent on my dad's side. My dad's the 19th. My cousin is the 19th. My other cousin is the 9th. An uncle is the 9th. It just seems to be we have those kind of recurring numbers. Yeah, turbulence is my absolute, if I had to choose, turbulence is my absolute favorite. Answer is my most played, because even though turbulence is my most favorite, I can't listen to it all the time because it's so emotional. I will just burst into tears if I'm not in a good mindset. So I only really listen to that every now and again. And then Wonderland is kind of like, because that's the song that got me into them. That's the song that hooked me. It's going to always have a special place. Have fun, enjoy, and send me some pictures if you do find anything. I fall asleep pretty okay. I stay asleep and waking up is no problem. Just the initiation of getting up. No weird dreams, no weird effects when I push the time slot, nothing, just sleep. Oh, no. Wow. My brain just goes out of whack anyway, but I've always had real, like, you know, all these things where people are like, oh, you shouldn't be on your screens and don't do this and don't eat this and don't drink this. I'm like, I get really annoyed by it, because when doctors also are like, oh, have you tried this? Like, you don't seem to understand. These issues are not things that I have caused by myself. These are things that I have had since I was a baby. My mom said I would either sleep for like 15 hours or I would sleep for 3. There was no in between. And I've always had a really complicated relationship with sleep. And it's like, cool. But then the one time I went to a doctor and was like, could I be put long term on sleeping tablets so that I actually can sleep? They were like, no. They're like, we could put you on for 3 days. And I was like, yeah, that's going to help me for 3 days. He was like, he was like, oh, well, what it tends to do is, you know, you do the 3 days and then it will help your body get into a pattern. And I was like, cool, you are literally not listening to me when I tell you that that's not how I work. I'll be fine. I'll sleep well for 3 days and then I won't sleep for the next month. And doctors just refuse to accept that if I don't have medical help with like tablets and taking sleeping tablets, I do not have a regular sleeping pattern, but they just don't. It's annoying. Yeah, I'd be pretty proud of that. Yeah, I'm proud of you too. Oh, wow. I mean, that's just poor planning on your parents' part, to be honest. It's like my mother, who decided to have, well, not decided, she had a December, January, February. Although, ironically, we were all due in January. One of us got greedy and wanted an extra Christmas, and one of us just decided to be lazy and stick around in her belly a bit longer. And then the year I turned, with our ages, the year I turned 13, my brother turned 18, my sister turned 25, and she got married that same year. And I was like, I just looked at Mum and was like, yeah, you planned that one well, didn't you? And she was like, I'm so bankrupt right now. It was a very expensive year. Because obviously, at least the plus side of that was it wasn't like my brother was 18 in December, me 13 in January, you know, sort of that way around. It went me in January, my sister in February, and then she had until September for the wedding, and then that December for my brother's. But she was still just like, oh my God. I was like, well, you chose to have us. Just saying. And you chose to have a big age gap. Well, she didn't. She got divorced. And then there was a big gap. But it was still just like, plan that one well, didn't you, mother? Right, okay. Chatty. Okay. Eventually, I'm going to work on getting a decent layout done and like nicer timers and stuff. I just do not have the tech knowledge or the will to learn. But I do want to get a nicer setting, like a nicer setup eventually. It's poor planning on my great grandma's part. Everyone else just copied her. I was due on my dad's birthday originally, but I was like, nah, let's add another one instead of doubling up. That's fair. You deserve your own day. Not like my nephew, who was due 2 weeks later. And I jokingly said when my sister was pregnant, because she was due at the end of September, And I was like, he's going to come on your wedding anniversary, which was the 18th. And she was like, if he does, I'm going to kill you. And when we got the phone call, the very first thing my brother-in-law said to my mum was, by the way, Michelle says that Kirsty's dead. And I just burst out laughing because he came on the 18th. And I was like, so every year they forget that it's their anniversary because it's his birthday. And then it's sort of like at some point during the day, they're like, oh shit, yeah. Breakfast has been made and eaten. Pancakes, yum. Now for some chores. Boo, pancake dishes. You got this. I've got to do some dishes later, but that is a later me's problem. All right, anyway, hope you all enjoy whatever you are reading or doing, or even if you don't enjoy it, as in like the doing, then like chores, I hope you are productive, and we'll see you in an hour. That was such good timing because I literally finished my last mouthful of food, looked at the timer and saw I had just under a minute. And I was like, whoo. So, yeah. What did everybody get up to in that sprint? Were we productive? Were we reading? Or were we just taking a breather and having a break? Let me know. I also do apologise. Just towards the end of that sprint, my computer started to go a bit funky, so I had to refresh the stream. So if for a minute you saw the screen go all weird and that I disappeared and came back, that was why. But yeah, I started to read the Daevabad trilogy. No, start that again. I started the next chapter of City of Brass. But then I realised I probably should have something to eat because I had cereal at 4. I then had some leftover pizza at like 8. And then I was like, if I'd have slept at normal times, this would now be dinner. So I was like, right, okay, let's make myself something to eat. And then that's probably the last sort of thing that I'm going to eat for the day. So I had some chicken in white sauce with some rice, and I frozen the pizza. So I was like, I hope I don't wake up tomorrow going, I really want to finish the pizza. But yeah, so that's in the freezer. I've eaten. But while I was cooking, I don't trust myself when I cook rice. I need to get a rice cooker at some point. I always used to say I don't eat enough rice to justify it, but I do kind of eat rice quite a lot now. So I am going to invest in one at some point, but because for now I don't, and I don't want to leave the rice just on its own, I went to the ebook that I'm reading, which is Marked by Death by Cage Harper. I keep forgetting the surname, but it's basically a male-male paranormal romance where you've got this guy who is possessed by ghosts, and he ends up going to a necromancer in order to get help, and it turns out that he knew the necromancer when he was younger, and a whole load of stuff ensues. But the thing that I love in this, the necromancer has a cat familiar called Grimalkin, otherwise known as Grim. And then another character just came in who is also a magic user, and she has a weasel companion, and I'm like, oh, okay. And the animals can talk. So I'm just like, talking familiars that are snarky, sarcastic are kind of like one of the few times that I actually love animals in books. That's why I loved Spellslinger, because you had Rikus, and then we got this one with Grim and the Weasel, and then Sorcery of Thorns with Silas, which also is ironically the name of the necromancer in this. But it's good. I'm having a good time. It's only short. I should get it done by the end of today. I'm already at 50%. The only thing I am going to say about this one is I do feel like it kind of went from the guy seeking help to all this stuff about their history. And I was like, oh, okay. I just didn't expect it. I kind of wish in the blurb it had said that it turned out to be someone he knew from childhood, because it felt very sudden and just like, what? Where'd that come from? But it was still, I'm having fun. It's a solid 3.5 at the minute. So I'll continue. And then, yeah, I'm currently just finishing off an episode of Ugly Betty. I've never watched it before. This is the first time I've ever watched it. And at first, the first like 2 or 3 episodes, I was like, really not sure about this. I don't think I'm going to enjoy this. And then once we got about 4 or 5 episodes in, I did a couple of the characters I started to fall in love with, and now I just love all of them. And there's 1 or 2 things that do make me cringe a little bit, but obviously for the time it was written, it was the kind of language that was used. So, you know, as long as I can just remember that, it is still enjoyable. And there's nothing that's been completely like, I cannot watch this anymore because it's too transphobic, homophobic, whatever. There was one moment at the end of season 1 where I was almost ready to give it up, but then it redeemed itself. So I'm like, okay, that's fine. So yeah, I've just been, it felt like a really short sprint, but it also felt like a really good sprint. Oh my God, the cat is all the way over there in the back of the room. And all I can hear, and I've got the fan on above me, and yeah, I can still hear her snoring. That's hilarious. So, Jonah, gonna grab coffee number 2. Sorry, coffee fee number 2 and watch another episode of The Musketeers. Ooh, how are you enjoying it? Got the coffee, didn't watch the app. Took out the trash, but you forgot yourself. Nah, and clean my desk. Awesome. The only downside of having literally just finished eating is now I've got that kind of post-eating cough that I get, and I'm like, ugh, I wish I could have cleared that before I came back on. Like, does anyone else get that when they eat, just for like 20-30 minutes afterwards, they just get a really horrible cough and their nose just decides to block? Because it's literally every time I eat, my body just goes, we reject this food. Got some reading in. Awesome. Did you say what you were reading? Or did I miss that? And you did say it and my brain just refuses to remember. Let me know. Also, Margaret from The Word Nerd is also sprinting now with Aoife from Pretty Purple Polka Dots. So I'm kind of keeping an eye on their timer as well to not overrun into their chatty bit. But I am actually doing, and I forgot to mention earlier, but I am doing the Word Nerdathon this weekend. So we've got Meredith's 48-hour readathon from Reading with Merb, and then there's Margaret's Word Nerdathon for this month. And the idea is over yesterday, today, tomorrow is to work on our reading goals, and I chose indie / self-published and audiobooks, and I feel like I'm doing well because I read one completely in an hour sprint yesterday. It was only 96 pages, so, and I skim read the last 20 because it was so bad, and it was the first ever 1.5 star I've ever given. So I finished that yesterday. I started the one that I'm currently reading yesterday, and I'm halfway through. So that should get done either today or by tomorrow. And the rate that I'm listening to City of Brass, I've got, I think, 12 hours left. I don't even know where my phone is. There it is. Yeah, 12 hours and 4 minutes left. So I'm like, well, I reckon I'm probably going to get at least 4, maybe 5 more hours in today. And then tomorrow, that means I could technically get it. And I'm finding that every couple of chapters, I'm increasing it by 0.5. So I'm at 1.35 now, whereas when I started it, I was at 1.2. So I am finding that every now and again, I can just speed it up a tiny bit. So I might get it up to 1.5. So I should theoretically be able to get this done as well, which means that between this and the Raven Cycle books that I've read this past week, I will have gone from being super behind on my 200 hours of audio to almost caught up. So yay. Also started to fight my hair after I committed the cardinal sin of going to bed with wet hair last night. Ooh, that's bad. At least you know that I'm kidding. You know that I love you. Musketeers is a comfort show for me, so I'm enjoying it very much. Come back to it every couple of months, and right now I'm in the trenches because of my stress levels. Oh, here's a vent if you need it. Also, once again, contemplating writing a fantasy retelling of the Three Musketeers. Do it. Not that I have time for it, but braining about it. I mean, even if you just write the ideas down, at least you've got it there as like a future come back to project. I've got things from when I was 14 and 15. I've still got notes written down for a couple of stories, and every now and again I come back to them and I think, there's something there, and I add a little bit to it. See, we were talking about this earlier, and I'm like, I genuinely do not understand people that can listen at that speed. Because when you listen at that speed, it sounds like this, and it's like, how do you even understand? There's blah, 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 and they just sound like chipmunks. And I'm like, I do not understand. But I did a bit of an experiment when I reread and re-listened to The Cemetery Boys last month or the month before. I was like, I wonder how, because I was listening to it and I was trying to read at the same speed, and I was like noticing that my eyes were drifting away. So what I thought was, I'm going to listen to it at the speed that I normally read it. And I worked out, if there's ever a test to work out how, if you're more of a visual or audio processor, that is the test. Because when I was reading it, I got up to 3.2 or 3.3 times speed. But when, like, while I was reading it, I couldn't follow the audio, and it stopped actually sounding like English, and it stopped sounding like people. And then, so I worked out that I physically read about 3 times faster than I can listen to audiobooks. And it was always the same, like at university, if a lecturer was, everyone else seemed fine while the lecturer was talking, they'd just be making notes and reading off the board, and they'd be able to do that dual listening while still making notes. But I've almost got like shutters in my brain. So it's like, if someone is talking, I can listen. But if I've then got to write that down while they continue to talk, it's like, as soon as I look down and start writing, a shutter goes down and blocks everything else out. And I think it's the same with audiobooks. If I try to read at the same time as listen, it blocks out. And things like if I try to tidy and clean, if there's an audiobook on, I sort of shut it out, because as soon as I focus on, unloading the dishwasher, my brain shuts out the audio, and then I have to go back and repeat those bits. So that's why I found that the only sort of way that I can do things and listen to audio is either when I'm colouring or doing art. And even then, I sometimes zone too much into that. Puzzles, for some reason, if I sit and do Sudoku, I'm fine with that. Like, if the puzzle starts to get a bit difficult, I have to pause so I can focus on the puzzle. But I'll sit and do word searches as well, because that seems to be okay. And like with my video game, as long as there's no text on the screen, I don't have to follow any storyline, I'm good. But literally anything else, if it requires me multitasking with the audiobook, I can't do it, which is why I don't get through audiobooks anywhere near as fast as some people. But then, like, as Ren's pointed out, even though, they can go through 2 audiobooks a day, depending on the length of the audiobook, whereas reading a book, that same book might have taken them 3 or 4 days to read physically. I'm the opposite. It takes me 3 to 4 days per audiobook, but my physical reads, I can read, an entire book in 2.5 hours if the mood takes me. So I have worked out that, yeah, okay. But it just like, it impresses me and terrifies me that people can follow 3.3 and more speeds. And I'm just like, but to me, it just sounds like nothing. Most of the time I have to work my way up there, but I never listen to something under 2 times speed. When I listen and read at the same time, I can get up to 4 times. I can go faster, but when I was doing that little experiment, it was because I was trying to see how fast I could go where I could still follow both. And it was like, once it hit sort of 3.3, I tried to go up to 3.4 or 3.5, and I was just like, I can no longer process both of these at the same time now. I was already struggling. But then it's like, when I'm excited and enjoying a physical book, I can read like 2-3 pages a minute sometimes. And, people will be looking at me like, how are you actually reading that? And I'm like, I promise you I am. For the Chipmunks voices, for me at least, I grew up watching Alvin and the Chipmunks, so I got a bit of a head start. I mean, I did too, but I still struggled, because with Alvin and the Chipmunks, it's more that their voices are high-pitched. They don't have the super duper sonic speed on them most of the time. So it's like I can deal with that part. It was just it was so weird. And also, I quite like it when I listen to it a bit slower, because then you kind of get the voices as is intended. Whereas I feel like when it goes faster, you're sort of more focused on just the words and what's being said, rather than actually the enjoyment of the immersion of like the voices and the inflections and tones and stuff. I like to hear it as close to as it was recorded as possible, but I physically cannot listen to it on normal speed because it just is too slow for most books. But there are still one or two where I will listen to them as comes, because I just really, for me, it's the immersive side of audiobooks that I really enjoy, which I never thought I would. Although I do hate it, because the Raven Cycle, the one thing I did hate is they put music over the start of the book and the epilogues of each book. They would, like, the last sort of 2 minutes would have music imposed over it. And my brain would immediately be like, I'm trying to listen to the music, but I'm also trying to focus on what they're saying. And I would get really confused and muddled with that as well. Yeah, I'm not an audio processor at all. Excuse me. I am very much a visual learner. No, I was never able to do that. Because even if I didn't look and I started writing it without looking, I would still be so focused on where's my hand on the page, where's the pen going, and it would still do that same thing of blocking out the lecturer. Yeah, that's the same with me. I have to do music when I'm doing chores and when I'm doing those kind of activities, because music gets me pumped and excited and makes me enthusiastic. Whereas anything that's like verbal, I will stop what I'm doing to listen to the verbal, and then it takes 3 times as long to do that task. I like listening to podcasts when doing chores. Just something about those fullcast audio drums. Oh, that's weird that you can't do one but you can do the other. I would have thought it had fallen into the same camp. Can't listen to audiobooks in normal ranges. It's so slow it hurts my brain. That's fair. That is very fair. Right. I am thinking I'm just going to do the one more sprint. Partly because I've been going for a little while now. Partly because I'm not flagging, but I can definitely tell that my brain has hit that we're now in, even though it's only 2:15 in the afternoon, because I've been awake so long already, my brain feels like it's more like 7-8 o'clock at night, and it's kind of trying to go into wind down, ready for bed mode. So we're going to do one final sprint, because I think anything more than that, my brain is going to start going into migraine territory, because I'm forcing it and trying to fight the tired. And the more I fight tired, the more migraine-y I get. So I'm going to just do not 604 minutes. Jesus. I just said it for 604 minutes. Like, yes, we're going to be here for 10 more hours. Yeah. I worked it out once that I'm awake on average about 15 hours a day. In that 15 hours, I listen to music for anywhere between 12 and 14. Like, and it's like today, I haven't really listened to anything today, but the first thing I did when I woke up, I put my music in. And, yesterday I went to the shop with my uncle, and the plan was he was picking up his prescription, and then we were going to go to the shop. I was going to grab some bits, and I left my headphones at home, and I genuinely was walking around the shop like, what do? And I felt really, I mean, it also helps. I use the music to block out everything so I don't go into meltdown with all the lights and the noises and the sounds and the people when I'm out and about. But yeah, I remember when I was teaching once, I forgot my headphones, and doing a full day of 3 hours of travel, like to and from work, plus all day in the school, by the time I got home, I walked in the door and I turned around to my partner and I just went, I need music. Leave me alone. And I just went upstairs, put my headphones in, just like died. I know, right? Casual 10-hour sprint. Maybe if I'd have started it at 4. Yeah, there has to be something. I have to have like the TV on or my music or a YouTube video. And at night, I have to have my fan. Even in the dead of winter when it's freezing cold, I have to have my fan on because the sound blocks everything else out. Probably no wonder that I have very mild tinnitus now. But hey, I'm constantly listening to stuff, so I don't notice it anyway because I never have silence. That's what I told my audiologist, and that is what I'm sticking with. Yes. Forgetting headphones, it's like my mum always used to say, if she left the house and she wasn't wearing her watch, she'd be like, I'm naked. And she used to say that she was naked if she wasn't wearing her watch. And as a kid, I was like, that's really weird. As an adult, I totally get that. If I leave the house and I don't have my headphones, I feel like a part of me is missing and I feel like I'm exposed. So it's like, actually, I kind of get what she was going for. Crazy lady was not so crazy. Either that or I've just, like mother, like daughter. I need pitch dark, and I would prefer silence, but as like I said, I do now have tinnitus, so it's like I can't sleep because my ears annoy me. So yeah, as long as the room is cool and pitch black, I can sleep. Right, anyway, let's do our final sprint and I will see you all. I think, yeah, they've just come back to chat, so I'm going to go have a chat with them ones, and I'll see you all in 45. Hello. I am very, very glad that I decided that's the final one, because literally in the last like 10-15 minutes, my energy levels have gone from to nope. And I'm just so tired now. So I'm gonna be awake long enough to spend a bit of time when my uncle comes down, and then I'm probably gonna head to bed about 5 o'clock. Like, not go to sleep at 5 like I did yesterday, but sort of at least go to my room with the intention of falling asleep about 7-8 o'clock. I'm also really struggling not to yawn. But yeah, so I managed to, in the area of Genshin that I was trying to get 100% completion on, I started off this morning with 4 out of the 5 areas still on the 90 something percent, and now only 1 is not at 100%. So I'm very, very happy with that. I just need Ren or Max to come online tomorrow, probably when I wake up tomorrow morning. So we can do one, because it really annoys me when I don't mind when games have co-op mode. I don't like it when a game forces you to use it when you don't like playing co-op and you prefer solo play, because the only way that I can get 100% in this part of the map is by co-op. And I'm so pissed at that, because I don't want to play with other people. I want to play on my own. Thank you very much. So yeah, I'm going to finish that bit tomorrow. I listened to about 20 minutes of this chapter of City of Brass because, excuse me, Margaret is also sprinting, so I was obviously tuning into the chatty bit of that. But yeah. So yeah, it was pretty chill. But like I said, I'm very tired now, and it literally went from I'm okay to I'm dead in like 20 seconds. Yeah, Jonah, as we left, was like darkness, silence, and at least 2 pillows, and I was like, that sounds like a book title. Like, that could be an autobiography. Just some small, I'm guessing that's bits and not bullshit. Oh no, yeah, small bullshit. I don't know. Was that supposed to say bits, or was that like small bullshit that needed doing? And got my third and final coffee for the day. Nice. Did guitar practice during that last sprint, starting to feel the difference in my fingers. Amazing. Learning an instrument is just impressive. Like, yeah. I have a lot of respect for people who learn languages, learn instruments, and all of that. So, awesome. Yeah, I agree. Oh my god. Oh my god. I am slowly unable to function as a human being. Yeah, forced co-op and forced online play is like, it's absolutely fine if it's a thing where like a game should either be non-co-op and online or online. There shouldn't be a thing where it's like, oh yeah, it's a bit of both and we're going to make it that you have to, and that, because up until now with Genshin, pretty much the whole of the time, the co-op stuff has been totally optional. But every now and again, they sneak something in. They're like, you must do this with other people. And it's like, I need the gems. I need the gems. I need the gems. And so I also forgot to put a banner up saying final sprint. So I do apologize. That's fair. I've still got a few bits on my to-do list, but I'm like, you know what? That can just be, instead of a one day, because it's quite an extensive to-do list. There's things like editing and posting a video, setting up like a Discord and G Drive and planning things for the NaNoWriMo, planning, candles, designing labels, TBR building and all of that. And I've done some journaling, and I've done like, I set up the Discord, and I've done a couple of bits on Instagram, and I've done a couple of YouTube bits. But I'm like, do you know what? I'm going to make this my weekend plan rather than just the one day, because I feel like I did do a fair bit today. And then I'll probably still do my TBR planning, and I can do a bit more video editing before I crap out. And then the rest can be done tomorrow. Brain is braining, not braining. I'm just going to give it a few more seconds, see if any more comments come through. Because there's nothing worse than when you press end, and as you press it, someone pops in with a comment, and you're like... So I'm literally waiting to see if anything else comes through. Otherwise, I'm going to head off, because, I mean, it's been 6.5 hours, and I was planning on only doing about 2 or 3 hours today. So, you know. Yeah, I think... Oh, get rid of that banner now. Speaking of NaNoWriMo, I have fully customizable Excel sheet work count tracker. Is that a word count? I'm assuming. Tracker ready to go. I have my own stuff that I look at, but I mean, feel free, when the Discord is up and running, feel free to share it, and then if people want to check in with it, they can. I've got my own things that I use for writing, but I will still definitely have a look and see if maybe it's one I could incorporate. I'm really excited, and I don't know if you saw on Instagram, but I've put feelers out because I really want to try and get some people that are either published authors, whether it be self-published or published through a publishing company, or people that work in publishing, or even teachers. I really want to get a few people so that at least once during each, like the prep month next month, and then during the writing challenge in the month after, it would be nice to, if they're not comfortable to do a live Q&A on my like this, and we do a bit of a Q&A and people can just ask stuff as we go. If they're not comfortable doing that, if they're willing to just do like an interview for me to then post, I really want to get some like that kind of stuff in, and get guest speakers and things in when I eventually go to sort of Patreon and stuff. So we shall see how that goes. But I am excited. And tomorrow, the planning for what videos I'm going to do and what I'm going to include in those videos. Well, I know what videos I'm doing. I now need to include the stuff. So that's going to start in earnest tomorrow. Anyway, I can feel my brain literally shutting down as I'm talking. But thank you to everyone that tuned in. I know a lot of people have disappeared off because a lot of it was the usual suspects, as I say, the Aussie crowd. I really need to start doing sprints my evening time, but it's just usually I do them in the morning because that's when I get all my Australian friends and obviously Ren. But then by the time it reaches mid-afternoon our time, I'm so tired that I don't want to keep going. So at some point soon, I am going to start doing a couple of evening sprints, but we shall see how that goes. Anyway, thank you for being here. I hope everyone got some progress done on whatever you were planning on doing today. And I hope the rest of your days, mornings, evenings, whatever stage you are at in this particular day, I hope they go well. And yeah, if you're interested in checking out more of my content, I do post videos every Monday, Wednesday, and then either Friday or Saturday, depending on the week and what I want to do. My videos next week, Monday is going to be a vlog for this weekend that I haven't filmed anything for today. And then Wednesday is something. I know I have a thing planned for Wednesday. Can I remember what that thing is? Not at all. And I've managed to... Oh my God. Why am I not a functioning human being right now? I don't remember what I'm doing on Wednesday. And then Saturday is going to be a series update where I go through all of the series that I'm currently reading and then just give a little bit of an update on everything from last year, what series I've DNF'd, what series I've completed, and then what series I'm going to continue for the rest of the year. So that is what I am doing for the rest of this week, if you are interested in checking any of those out. Shut up. Anyway, I hope you're all good. I hope you're staying safe. Don't forget to hit like and subscribe, and I'll see you guys on the next one. Thank you for joining, and I'll see you later.